I'm going to call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Trustee Chen Lau.
Here.
Trustee Gibson.
Here.
Trustee Kwong.
Here.
Trustee Martin. Trustee Osterling.
Here.
Trustee Silver.
Here.
Trustee Wang.
Here.
Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have a number of public comments before our closed session, and so I just want to remind folks that we have 3 minutes for each public comment. We may need to have a vote later to extend public comment time. Typically, our time allotted under our bylaws is 15 minutes, and so we'll take comments as we get them in the order that we have received them, and at that time we may have to extend.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Awesome. So each comment is for 3 minutes. Our first comment will come from James Bull. James Bull. Our next comment will come from Tuk Tuk. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Let me know if you can hear me. Sounds good? Thank you. Hi, my name is Dr. Tuk Tuk Tantraj, and I've been a full-time PCC employee since 2002. I've been a full-time faculty member in English for 16 and a half years, and currently the Dean of English and Language Studies since 2019. I'm also the president of the Coalition of Asian Pacific Employees, also known as CAPE, and I'm just here as a longtime employee to urge the Board of Trustees to consider an internal candidate for our presidential appointment. This would ensure that we have kind of a seamless transition to another president when Dr. Androjonis leaves for her new position, and just ensure that we have stability, which I think is really important for our college to have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next comment comes from Kuei Deng.
Good afternoon. I would first like to start by saying thank you to Dr. Androjonis for her leadership, as well as thank the Board of Trustees for all you do in service of students. I know your positions and jobs are extremely difficult, and your commitment does not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. I recognize that you have an incredible responsibility of choosing our next superintendent president, and know this process will take careful time and consideration. I know you understand that these leadership transitions take a significant toll on our college, and we as staff members must carry this weight, and we will do our best to carry on and ensure the college continues to serve our students as best as we can. With that, I respectively hope you would consider elevating our stability and appoint Candace Jones, our Vice President of Business Services, as our interim. Candace Jones is a leader who has shown courage, strength, and fairness to all parts of our campus. We've seen Candace be a steady voice of reason in challenging situations, and who has been a bridge in bringing different groups together back to the center to refocus on the work of the college. Many of you know my name is Kuei Deng, and I am the Executive Director of Student Equity and Success here at PCC. I have been at PCC for 18 months, and I am proud to call myself a Lancer and part of this community. As someone who's in charge with leading student equity efforts on our campus, where my work is centered on diversity, equity, and justice, I believe the heart of equity work is centered on building authentic relationships, and I know Candace has what it takes to lead that work and hold us steady until we identify a new president. She has built the relationships across campus. Her position serves all departments and areas, and she can help us bring us all back together. She sees that restorative justice is the path forward and is the right partner for the board to help prioritize healing and reconciliation. Under Candace's leadership, we'll be able to focus on how our actions speak louder, and our actions need to speak to our values and beliefs as a leading inclusive campus. This is the perfect opportunity to show who we are as a campus. You as a board can make history by appointing the first Black superintendent president at PCC.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. The next comment comes from, there are two here. One is Lena Hicks on behalf of Dr. Gina Lopez first.
Good afternoon. I'm reading this on behalf of Dr. Gina Lopez. Good afternoon, trustee members, PCC Lancer community, all viewers and attendees. My name is Dr. Gina Lopez, and I would like to make public comment, not as the Academic Senate President, but as a longstanding member of the PCC campus community and a proud Lancer alumna. I have served PCC in the roles of student, hourly, classified, adjunct, and certificated employee. My father worked at PCC for 42 years, and my son is scheduled to be a PCC graduate next spring semester. My family and I have a vested interest in the success of this institution. My purpose for commenting is to strongly encourage the Board of Trustees to consider an internal interim candidate to serve as president during the transition from the current to a new superintendent of Pasadena City College. Our campus is in need of healing and renewal. It is my belief that an internal interim president who already knows the current landscape and culture of the college would aid in the restoration of some of PCC's core values, which include student-first decision-making and academic excellence. I am also requesting that you allow our campus community to have a significant voice in the direction the college will be entering in the near future regarding who will be leading us. To not have a transparent and inclusive process would be a misstep for the board that would send a detrimental message to the campus and external communities. We too have a stake in the next phase of the PCC legacy. I encourage you to do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And then I believe you have a comment on behalf of the Academic Senate.
Yes. Good afternoon. The Academic Senate would like to comment on the appointment of an interim president superintendent and the coming presidential search process. The faculty believe that the Board of Trustees has the opportunity to restore the reputation, morale, and integrity of our college campus through the upcoming recruitment and selection process of a new superintendent president. We sincerely hope that the trustees would be inclusive of the thoughts and opinions of all college constituency groups, including students, faculty, staff, and managers. Our expectation is that each group is included in the upcoming decisions and exploratory analysis necessary in the choosing of a new college CEO. Furthermore, the faculty would also encourage the board to give serious consideration to all options, including the appointment of an internal candidate during the impending transitional period once the current PCC president vacates the position. Finally, the faculty will have very strong concerns should the trustees not be inclusive of stakeholders in this process. It is our hope that whomever the board appoints will help to restore our college's practice of student-centeredness, productive innovation, and meaningful collegiality. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. The next comment comes from Raul Ibanez.
Hola, buenas tardes. My name is Raul Ibanez. I'm an 18-year Northwest Pasadena resident from District 5. I am fortunate to have grown up in this city and be a proud product of Pasadena's public education system as an alum of Loma Alta Elementary, Marshall Fundamental, and former undergraduate of Pasadena City College. Thanks to PCC and thanks to PCC's equity programs, I was able to gain admission and graduate from the University of California, Berkeley. And through the connections built while I was at PCC, I was fortunate enough to be offered an opportunity to come back and work for the college, initially as a professional expert and over the years as a now full-time employee. My family is also deeply active in PCC's community. All of my siblings are proud PCC alumni. My immigrant mother is a small food business owner that provides jobs and service to both PCC students and employees just 2 blocks away from our campus. And I myself am a founding member and current chairman of the Pasadena Community Police Oversight Commission, where I oversee policies that impact the lives of students, faculty, and staff, as well as a founding member of the Pasadena Young Democrats chapter. So active and local leadership is something that is not only very important to me, but something that is essential to the success of this college. And I say all that because I'm here to urge you to appoint a current and actively involved PCC employee to replace Dr. Androgianis. The reason for that is because our institution needs someone who is present, local to the community, and understanding of the equitable missions PCC places upon itself. So I urge you when considering a replacement, please, first and foremost, appoint someone who currently works for our college, appoint someone who is a Pasadena resident, or at the very least a district resident, and appoint someone who understands the importance of creating an equitable environment for our students, staff, management, and faculty. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Our next comment will come from Olivia Liu.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Olivia Liu. I'm currently the Director of International Students and also the Vice President of the Coalition of Asian Pacific Employees, or CAPE. I want to thank Dr. Indra Jonas for her service to the college and for leading us through an extremely difficult public health crisis. Her leadership and her efforts have helped us get through not only a difficult bump, but also showed us and maintain operational and financial stability. We will miss you. I also want to recognize that our Board of Trustees have played a significant leadership role in providing, again, the college stability during the pandemic when everything around us was chaotic. So thank you. PCC is my first community college in my professional career. Before PCC, I worked at large four-year research universities, including UCLA, UC Riverside, and also my alma mater, USC. Leaders make a difference in providing stability for the college, but more importantly, in ensuring continuity and equity for our students. I urge you to consider what a vacuum in leadership will create for PCC and to please consider stability as we move forward in identifying an interim superintendent for our college. With this thought in mind, I urge members of the Board of Trustees to consider VP Candace Jones as a candidate for interim superintendent for PCC. During the pandemic, Candace was in the trenches with all of us. I saw firsthand how our international students suffered countless mental health breakdowns because they could not fly back home to their families and they were stuck in their apartments with little to no contact with other people. I gave birth to my 2-year-old during the pandemic, and while I did not agree about returning to campus, I knew and understood how our students needed us here in person. Candace made sure that our staff was supported, from masks to partitions, to feel safe to return to campus. She was out there in the parking lot when we needed an orderly method to test students and staff. She was behind the scenes with the COVID support team and the international team reviewing vaccination records in other languages other than English. So she understands the operations of this college and has built community and coalitions for effective work and support. I respectfully urge the Board of Trustees to please consider stability in mind for our college and strongly consider Candace Jones as interim superintendent president. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. The next comment will come from Tito Altamirano.
Almost the same height. There you go. Hello. I am Carlos Tito Altamirano. I am the director of our EOPNS Care and Foster Youth programs here at PCC, as one of the project directors for our Title V HSI grant programs, Abriendo Caminos. With that, as someone who has long served students and PCC and a strong supporter of shared governance, it's generally odd to feel obliged to be here today. I say that because in seeing the first agenda item for a closed session, Public Employee Appointment Employment Superintendent President, it isn't a given that proper processes will be followed. As your own board bylaws state in BB 2431, Superintendent President selection, and I quote, all discussions and actions of the Board of Trustees regarding the process to be used in selecting the Superintendent President shall occur in an open meeting of the board. Furthermore, and I quote, the Board of Trustees will seek input from the campus community and general community regarding desirable characteristics to seek in a new Superintendent President. While you're meeting, in closed and not an open session, discussing the process of appointing a new Superintendent President, I only ask that you think of the college and what's best for it. At the moment, that's continuity, commitment, and community, something that can be best represented internally and, in my opinion, by our VP, Candace Jones. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Oh, the mic's not on, but oh, there we go. Thank you for your comment. The next comment will come from Jeff Winter.
Hi, my name is Jeff Winter. I've been here since 1990 as an adjunct faculty and now a full-time member of the faculty. I'm also the co-director of the paralegal department, and I'm also the co-chair of the technology committee. And I've served previously on the academic senate as well as the college council calendar committee. I am here again to reiterate what everyone else is saying about Candace Jones, but I've seen firsthand what she's done. When she came here, she took over our IT department that really had negative morale. That was a mess. We were behind in technology and really lacking. And through her leadership, we are now definitely on the road, and we're one of the leaders in technology. And one of the reasons is that she was the one that orchestrated our technology master plan that we still use today. And the way she did it was she took opinions of all stakeholders in the campus, not only students, she took faculty, classified, managerial. She had questionnaires for each group. She had town hall meetings, so anyone that had questions could ask them. She also did focus groups, and these focus groups, there were 10 to 20 people in each focus group, and took everyone's opinion and basically consolidated it into a master plan that has been working great for the college. Not only that, but when she was appointed as her present position, she was the one that orchestrated getting the bond, our $560 million bond, and she is the one that is administering that. And just through her positive attitude, she is the person that the campus needs at this point. There is a lot of negativity, and she is able to take that and create a positive situation. And so I urge the board to consider Candace Jones for the position of intern superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And before we continue, I'd like to make a motion to extend public comment for 15 minutes.
Second.
Yeah, sorry, that was a motion.
And I seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
No abstentions? Nope. Okay, great, thank you. 15 minutes.
Thank you. So the next comment will come from Dr. Rebecca Cobb.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Rebecca Cobb. I'm a retiree of 26 years at Pasadena City College. I'm here to speak to the closed session item of public employee appointment, being the president. As Dr. Andrew Jonas moves on from PCC, the college has an opportunity to appoint Vice President Candace Jones as the interim president. Instead, the board is in behind-the-scenes discussions with Dr. Bob Miller, the former interim president, in 2015. This is unprecedented that PCC would seek an external person to serve in this interim capacity. Why isn't VP Jones being considered for this interim appointment? Statements have been made by the college president and trustees that Vice President Jones does not have enough experience to be the interim. I find that ironic, as VP Jones has served as a vice president for 2 years, 2 years as an assistant vice president, and 1 year as the chief technology officer for this college alone. Not to mention her roles in executive leadership in the UC system. How many years of experience does a black woman need to equate to that of her non-black contemporaries? I'm further confused about why VP Jones would not be considered when she has had so many demonstrative accomplishments on behalf of the college. Most recently, VP Jones was the lead on the successful bond measure for the college, though Dr. Andrew Jonas omitted recognizing her on more than one occasion when thanking individuals who made the bond successful. The folks Dr. Andrew Jonas mentioned were all white, rendering VP Jones's work and leadership invisible. At the height of the pandemic, VP Jones was at the college 15 to 20 hours a day, working with constituent groups, the health department, and logistical teams to create and implement testing processes and establish safety protocols. When it came to recognizing folks for their work during the pandemic, once again, Dr. Indra Jonas failed to recognize the hard work of Ms. Jones, but applauded the work of white members of the executive team. VP Jones has become the model of what conscientious, intelligent, and inclusive executive leadership should look like at an institution such as PCC. She is the only vice president who has the respect of all stakeholder groups. I ask that you appoint Vice President Candace Jones as the interim president of Pasadena City College.
Thank you for your comment. Our next comment comes from Katina Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Katina Williams. I'm the president of the Association of Black Employees. I'm here on behalf of the TABE membership because we noticed that you all will be discussing an appointment of a superintendent president in closed session. We wanted to take this opportunity to address the full board in hopes you will take our feedback seriously when discussing a potential candidate. First, we'd like to take an opportunity to thank and appreciate Trustee Gibson's efforts to be more involved, visible, and engaged in the Black community here at PCC. Thank you. As all of the Board of Trustees are aware, this past year, PCC has faced challenges related to employee morale, collegiality, and collaboration. Therefore, we advocate for and believe we have an exceptionally qualified candidate for the interim superintendent president role, Vice President Candace Jones. Over the last 5 years, VP Jones has demonstrated strong business acumen, has established lasting and authentic relationships across the various stakeholder communities, and has placed students at the heart of PCC's educational enterprise. Most recently, VP Jones was named Associated Students Ally of the Year and continues to garner positive working relationships across the institution. PCC is at a crossroad. As we enter an important period of transition, we ask that you appoint Vice President Jones to the interim superintendent president role because she will provide stability and valuable leadership. This transition period should be marked as a time of healing and reconciliation, so that our next superintendent president can begin anew and continue the work of building collegial relationships across the various constituent groups and stakeholder communities. VP Jones has the relationships to begin this much needed work. You have an opportunity to make history for Pasadena City College. You have an opportunity to kick off the healing journey for this institution. Please take this opportunity seriously, and I am confident we will all be better for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Our next comment comes from Marilyn Johnson.
Good afternoon. I'm Marilyn Johnson, a classified employee with 22 years of service with Pasadena City College. I have made student success a focus of my many years of service, and I'm here this afternoon to share the perspectives of a Black employee and a founding member of Build Women on your potential selection for interim superintendent president. As an involved campus and community member, I have heard rumors about your selection for interim superintendent president. I am here to advocate for VP Candace Jones as a current member of the PCC Executive Administration. She is more than qualified for the position. She will support the PCC mission statement, the student equity plan, and the PCC EMP as a leader who has built bridges with each and every constituent group on campus. As PCC once again finds themselves as a crossroad, how does PCC want to be seen? Trustee Chen Lau, Trustee Wang, Trustee Kwong, Trustee Gibson, you often share that diversity, equity, and inclusion are tenets that you stand on, but we have not seen any of these actions that show that commitment. We expect action, not just words. I can no longer sit silent And it would be a disservice to PCC and the PCC student body not to appoint a currently established leader with the pulse on the campus that VP Jones provides. I expect that you will not appoint a white male candidate with no current connection to PCC. He does not represent this community. He does not represent PCC. I expect that you would not look past a woman who has done so much for PCC in her 5 years of service, with more PCC management experience than many others in this room. And we expect that you see her. She is not invisible. VP Jones has earned the respect and the trust from the PCC staff and the Pasadena community. Trustee Martin, Trustee Silver, Trustee Osterling, we understand that each of you will be running for re-election shortly, and I am particularly interested and will be watching for the votes for the interim superintendent president closely. These votes will tell the Black and brown communities that we need to know about your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. The next comment, I have two names here on this comment sheet, Dave Smith and Alexis Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Smith, and I am a full-time tenured faculty member at PCC. I was also a student at PCC, and I've even served as a full-time classified staff member. So I've seen this college from multiple perspectives. I was here during the infamous Mark Rocha days, and I've seen the chaos that poor leadership creates and the bad feelings and poor morale he left behind. I saw on your closed session agenda that you will be discussing the superintendent president role, so I wanted to share my thoughts. Due to my long history at PCC, I am here to express my concerns and ask that this board seriously considers appointing Vice President Candace Jones to the interim superintendent role. I have personally seen how VP Jones has improved operations in the information technology department, well, actually in all of her departments. She has willingly served as a mentor for my computer science students, attending my classes to provide advice specifically to young women in STEM, and has also mentored them one-on-one. In my 13 years at PCC, I have never seen a senior administrator make themselves so readily available to students at the drop of a hat.
Hello, my name is Alexis Rodriguez. I'm a computer science student here at Pasadena City College. On campus, I've been a part of several groups such as AGS, G-Codes, and the Computer Science Club. Today I stand before you with a heart filled with gratitude and admiration as I begin this remark about Candace Jones. It's a great privilege for me to share my thoughts and experiences about such a remarkable individual and mentor who has played such a significant role in my educational journey and life. When I reflect upon my school years, I am reminded of the countless challenges and triumphs that have shaped me into the person I am today. Along this journey, I have encountered numerous educators and supporters, but one person stands out above the rest. That individual is Candace Jones. From the very beginning, Candace recognized my potential, and even when I felt like I failed her and myself, she continued to believe in me. She saw beyond my flaws, limitations, and self-doubt, fostering an environment that nurtured my strengths and encouraged me to push myself to reach my dreams with open arms. One of those dreams was to be a part of the 2022 SNAP Academies cohort. If you're familiar with the program, it's essentially 60 scholars separated into engineers, designers, storytellers, and lens creators. The program is meant to help those from diverse backgrounds experience portions of the tech industry through mentorship, learning valuable technical skills, interview prep, and a culminating interdisciplinary, socially conscious project towards the end of the program. Candace was by my side throughout the entirety of the application process. She looked over my resume, overall application, helped me break down the smaller step towards the project assessment, tackled my imposter syndrome before it had a chance to walk through her door, and even let me use her office for a quiet space for my final interview. Having someone like her on your side is priceless. Candace helped me feel confident in my skills and taught me the value of saying yes to yourself rather than shutting the door. Thanks to her, I have kept that with me and have managed to secure opportunities such as being a part of that SNAP Engineering Academy cohort in 2022, and more recently a full ride scholarship to attend this year's Stanford summer session.
Thank you very much for your comments today.
I'd like to make a motion, even though these two speakers signed up together, clearly they're two separate speakers, and if we could give 3 minutes to each.
I failed to press the button,
Yeah.
but I was keeping track of restarting the time. I mean, if you could take another minute to finish
Yeah.
your thought here.
Thank you. Candace has been an empathetic leader or listener, a trusted individual, and a pillar of support. She has taught me the value of resilience, perseverance, and integrity, as always leading by example. Her impact extends far beyond my own academic pursuits. I've seen her cultivate a nurturing and inclusive environment, fostering a sense of belonging and community among other students as well. In conclusion, Candace Jones has been a beacon of guidance and inspiration, lighting the path that has led me to this very moment. I wholeheartedly believe that she would do this for any student or faculty member on the PCC campus. Her empathy, integrity, drive for student success, and overall realness would make her a great president. Pasadena City College is lucky to have her on their team. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Our next comment will come from Shannon Markey.
Since most people are busy and haven't had time to read the full 300-page ruling from the PERB judge, which clearly and strongly condemns the illegal actions of Endra Jonas and her team, here are some important quotes. Remember, these are not my words, but the opinions of an administrative law judge, a neutral third party who is an expert at rendering a fair and impartial assessment of people's actions. From page 296 of the PERB decision, it says, quote, "The evidence demonstrates that the district knowingly and repeatedly mischaracterized and concealed the full scope of its direct dealing with employees and its firm decision to change the calendar format without engaging in the meet and negotiate process," end quote. From page 294, it says, quote, "The record thus demonstrates that the district has engaged in repetitive, unlawful conduct of the same or similar nature which the district knew or reasonably should have known was contrary to PERB precedent, including Pasadena 2, end quote. The Pasadena 2 quote, case, which the judge is referring to, is when President Rocha tried to change the calendar without bargaining it through the FA. We all remember that. Endra Jonas clearly should have known better than to try the same thing again. Last time it cost the district $1.4 million in lost wages. How much will repeating the same mistake cost this time? Regarding the legal work performed by Erickson Law Firm, which is the firm that represents the district and also did so in the PERB case, the judge said, Erickson Law Firm's legal arguments were, quote, lacking even arguable merit, end quote, from page 197. The judge also called their arguments, quote, specious, end quote, from page 291, and lacking in, quote, evidentiary support, or are directly contradicted by the record. Ultimately, I find none of them persuasive, end quote, from page 211. On page 297, the judge said, quote, I find that the district ignored PERB's findings and conclusions in Pasadena 2 and raised frivolous arguments and defenses that were contrary to decades-old and well-settled PERB precedent, and that it did so knowingly, repeatedly, and therefore in bad faith, end quote. In light of the above, it's absolutely appropriate that you trustees have retained quality outside legal counsel from Atkinson Law Firm in order to protect PCC from further missteps. If spending $75,000 on outside counsel can prevent another $1 million or more catastrophe at the hands of Erickson Law Firm, it's money well spent. Please don't let Endra Jonas, the Management Association, or any of her other mouthpieces tell you otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our final comment for this portion will be from Dr. Bernardo.
Good evening to the board. What a difference a month makes. Within about an hour of the news coming out that Erica Androjonas was leaving PCC to go elsewhere for a position, Pasadena Now had already contacted me to ask me for my comments or thoughts about it. What they published was only part of what I said to them, however. The first part of what I said was, am I happy she will not be around to be held accountable for her misdeeds, lies, conspiracy fallouts, and creation of a highly toxic work environment at PCC? No. Like Trump, what was made evident about Androjonas in the December PERB decision is that she believes herself to be above the rules. She still needs to be held accountable. But you know what has happened is that Androjonas seems to have galvanized a faculty movement of speaking out and exerting their power as the backbone of this institution. In response to her despotic stint here at PCC, the faculty has stirred an irritation and indignation, and they have begun to demand accountability and collaboration when it comes to school governance. Now, I'm far from the only faculty member speaking out on these topics, but you may as well call me Dr. Bernardo Targaryen, first of her name, pandemic born, mother of dragons, because I helped birth this movement. See, it's the faculty who are the dragons in this high fantasy genre metaphor, creatures of intelligence and power which bring down evil autocrats and those who purport to be monarchs. Dragons, like professors, would prefer to be left alone with their hoards of knowledge and treasure, but you should know better than to cross them. Get them irritated enough, and they will get up and burn your house down. We could be the burn it all down faculty indeed. I will now teach you a little bit of the Valyrian language invented for the show Game of Thrones, and you would do well to remember it. Zaldrizes buzdari ixos daor. A dragon is not a slave. PCC administration should know better than to come at us faculty dragons with that mentality. Board of Trustees, you have my full support in finding a much better fit for the top position here at PCC. We need someone who actually embodies diversity instead of just mouths platitudes about it, because I've been hearing this from those people faking it, and I want to hear this from them. I hope this is the last time I have to come up here and talk about all of this BS, but if this administration stuff doesn't improve, you know this dragon will stir once more, and the admin will probably not want that to happen again, but I will continue to speak up and speak out as long as I'm needed to do so. But if you, board, can find us a much better superintendent president, they will be fully able to set a non-toxic, non-undermining tone for the rest of the administration here so that they can stop acting like they hate the faculty. I look forward to the search process, but I'd suggest you hire a better firm than the one who found our outgoing superintendent president. I'd ask for my money back on that if I were you.
That concludes public comment for the closed session agenda items.
Before we adjourn to closed session, these are the items that we will be discussing in closed session. Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment, Superintendent President. Government Code 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Case Public Employment Relations Board Case Number LACA 6601E. 3. Government Code 54957, Public Employee Appointment, English Composition Instructor, 4 positions, Painting Instructor, 2 positions, Biological Sciences Instructor, 2 position, Cosmetology Instructor, EOPS, Counselor. 4. Government Code 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiator, Agency Designated Representative Robert S. Belinsky, Assistant Superintendent, Vice President, Human Resources. Government Code 54956.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Address 4105 Rosemead Boulevard, Rosemead, California. Negotiated Parties, District Negotiator Candace D. Jones, Almonte Union High School District Negotiator Whale Elator. 6. Government Code 59456.8, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, Address Pasadena Unified School District, John Muir, 1905 Lincoln Avenue, Pasadena, 91103, California. Negotiating Parties, District Negotiator Candace D. Jones, John Muir PUSD Negotiator Leslie Barnes. We will adjourn to closed session. Yeah, great, thank you. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing tonight? Good. The board met in closed session, and the action that I would like to report back on is that we will be tabling the appointment and employment of superintendent for for a special meeting that we're going to have coming up. Now we have roll call, please.
Trustee Chen Lau?
Here.
Trustee Gibson?
Here.
Trustee Kwong?
Here.
Trustee Martin?
Here.
Trustee Osterling?
Here.
Trustee Silver?
Here.
Trustee Wang?
Here.
Student Trustee Chen?
Here.
And just as a point of clarity, if I may?
Yes.
And we discussed nothing about that topic in closed session.
Thank you, Trustee Martin, for the clarification. Land acknowledgement, Trustee Chan.
Pasadena City College is a learning community within the indigenous homelands of people who have been known as the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians of the Xixi-Quanga Village and Quiche Nation. Tonight, we acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal from this land on which we gather. We also honor the legacy of the African diaspora and recognize that the United States as we know it was built at the often fatal expense of forcefully enslaved Black people. We are indebted to their labor and labor of many Black and brown bodies that continue to work in the shadows of our collective benefits. PCC and its faculty, staff, and students recognize that we are all simultaneously teachers, learners, and guests on these lands. This acknowledgement is a small part of an ongoing process of working to raise awareness about histories that are too often erased or forgotten, to recognize our place in this history, and to affirm our commitment to social justice, systemic change, and anti-racism.
Thank you. For the Pledge of Allegiance, may I ask our baseball coach, Pat McGee, and our softball new coach, Adriana Gutierrez, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Come on up.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you both. Approval reordering of agenda items.
Yes, I'd like to pull 4 items. Items J13, J14, J15, J16, and that is because they were improperly noted on the agenda. They will come back in June, properly noted on the agenda.
Thank you. Introductions and recognitions.
Yeah, you need a motion.
I'll move to approve the agenda with those polls.
Second.
All those in favor, Trustee Chan.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Now we have introductions and recognition. It's so exciting to have the athletics, PCC athletics here.
I think you're doing it.
Okay, I'm doing it. Yes.
Yes.
Congratulations. So it is a real honor and pleasure to recognize PCC's athletics. They've had a great season. I'd like to congratulate Coach Pat McGee. Please be up here. Softball new coach Adriana Gutierrez. They have both set, their teams have both set PCC record for 16 conference wins in a season for our softball team and 17 conference wins in a season for our baseball team. And my son is playing playoffs right now in his little league, and they are now 11-6. So hopefully they can follow the baseball lead here at PCC and win their playoff game. So please, come up here, and I'm going to also recognize our student athletes who are here as well. Jamie Harris, softball, South Coast Conference MVP. Jacob Gerardo, baseball, South Coast Conference MVP. And this is the first time in PCC history to have 2 conference MVPs in the same year. Nikki Hale, women's swimming, 2 finishes in the top 8 of the state. Liz Gazanchan, track and field, conference bronze medal and state championship meet, discus. I'd like to recognize the track and field coaches, Innocent Ibunaki and Grace Apifi, who are in the house. We also have men's basketball coach, Ryan Frazier. Team is the Southern California regional finalist. Ryan. So please join me in recognizing our outstanding athletes and coaches for PCC Athletics. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, and congratulations. Thank you. I also would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the board to recognize our 2 outstanding student representatives who have served PCC with such thoughtfulness, deliberative action, and enthusiasm. Please join me in recognizing Emmanuel Gomez, ASPCC President, and Simone Chan, our student trustee. Emmanuel and Simone, will you join me over there? But I would like to present you with a certificate and a plaque. Thank you. Trustees, will you please join me? It says here that Pasadena City College Board of Trustees Certificate of Appreciation is be presented to Emmanuel Gomez in recognition of his excellent dedication and service as Associate Student President for the school year 2022 and 2023. And Pasadena City College Trustees, Board of Trustees, Certificate of Appreciation is presented to Simone Chan in recognition of her excellent dedication and service as student trustee for the school year 2022 and 2023. I hope you have already selected a college, whether it's Berkeley or UCLA. Now we have public comment on non-agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just a reminder for folks who are providing public comment that you will have 3 minutes for your public comment. Your comment time will be indicated with the lights next to the podium. Once it hits red, your time will expire, and I will ask you to stop just so we have a fair amount of time for everyone who is present. Our first comment is from Ms. Shaganaka.
All right. So today I want to talk about the email I received approximately 1 month ago. The first email is PCC police activity, library closed. The second email I received is PCC police activity concluded, libraries remain reopened. It really gives me a lot of questions and concerns and regarding the public safety. I went to the academic senate meeting just the other day, and then there's actually a wonderful library employee talk about this issue and the incidents and all of the frustration, concerns regarding this incidents, because there's no there's no transparency at all. We have no idea what happened. But that public comment speaker, he said everything I needed to say, but in a better way, because I have English language disability. So the problem is that whenever something like that happened, first of all, I actually watched on the news on a regular basis, LAPD, LASD, CHP, including our local department. Whenever something major, something like that, the chief of the police always have a press conference. They always inform the public. Whatever agency, law enforcement agency, you name it, they always, hey, what day, what time, what location, who did what, any victims, what is the motive, is anyone being arrested, anyone was charged, any new case will be presented to the district attorney's office. But all of those information are missing. We don't know anything. And then we don't even know the word bomb threat. I did my own personal investigation. I have to ask all of the employees inside of the library, and then I find the 2 words in the email. It's called a bomb threat. This 2 words is nowhere mentioned in my email, but the email I received. And then also, I want to advise President Jones that something you have to understand. This time, PCC police actually able to contact the sheriff department and then call the sheriff to here, and then somehow this time it's fake. But I want to let you know that in the event if there's a real bomb threat. You do not have 1 hour. You do not have 30 minutes to call the sheriff and then make them to drive around right here. And then this is a bomb threat, but the same theory applies to the active shooter. When you have a real active shooter, you do not have 1 hour, 30 minutes to call for backup, waiting for the help from another agency to help you, to save your lives. A great example is the Texas Uvalde school shooting. Their school are equipped with fully armed officer. With fully armed officer, they lost 21 lives. And then you tell me what kind of propaganda you have in your public safety employee.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Can we leave this mic on, please? Thank you. Our next comment comes from Dr. Rebecca Cobb.
It's me again. I'd like to introduce a word. The word is misogynoir. It means the specific hatred, dislike, distrust, and prejudice directed toward black women. Misogynoir at PCC looks like asking and expecting Jackie Johnson, the athletic director, to fulfill the duties of a dean who is on leave for an entire semester without compensation. When Ms. Johnson requested that she be given the title of interim dean and compensation, she was told she does not have enough experience. We've heard that before. She was informed the interim position would be given to a white female administrator with no experience in that division. Ms. Johnson had enough experience when the college wanted to exploit her labor and her leadership to serve for an entire semester, but not enough to formalize it with title and compensation. Misogynoir is when PCC ignores the qualifications of a vice president who is a black woman to serve as interim president, but instead courts a white man who is out of touch with the current campus climate and needs. Misogynoir is when the president of the college scapegoats and attempts to demoralize Dr. Carrie Boland, assistant vice president for Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, because of her own disinterest and failures related to DEI and anti-racism efforts. Misogynoir is when the Board of Trustees president, Sandra Chin Lau, refuses to recognize the position of the current academic senate president, Dr. Gina Lopez, while soliciting input from selective white faculty who do not represent the academic senate. I could go on and on with many of these real life examples. PCC is not only steeped in misogynoir, it demonstrates a pervasive pattern of discrimination and exploitation of black women. PCC loves to make performative statements about DEI and anti-racism. Yet each time you are presented an opportunity to act on your rhetoric, particularly for women of color, you instead choose to perpetuate the structural racism, anti-blackness, and patriarchy, upholding that as the real culture of this college. Just a last note, if there is any retaliation, coercion, or bullying related to the statements made here tonight, we will know, and so will others.
Thank you for your comment. The next comment is from Marilyn Johnson.
Good evening. I and Katina are here representing TABE and Build Women. Academia is often thought of as an ivory tower, a place where the brightest and most persistent minds convene to acquire knowledge and expertise. Higher education is purported to be a beacon of free thought, yet many institutions have not yet grappled with the critical part of every structure and system in America, anti-Blackness. Anti-Blackness is the inability to recognize Black humanity. It is the act of devaluing Blackness while systematically marginalizing Black people. this issue that affects us and the institutions that are created to support us. In short, suppression and racial prejudice of Black people has a direct result in the construction of systematic racism, whereby policies that have been deliberately designed to oppose Black people while centering and upholding whiteness. These policies were anti-Black. And while they are certainly negatively impacting all communities of color, the people who are most harmed are policies are Black. Institutions of higher education continued a legacy of anti-Blackness through systematic, racialized socialization in education. And while if we're going to truly rectify the environments that were built off of and thrive on the very existence of Black bodies and Black labor, then we have to understand and be held accountable for the ways in which it shows up. It shows up in anti-darkness or colorism, as racial disparities in healthcare systems, in the manifestation of school-to-prison pipelines, and the criminalization of Black youth. It shows up in systematic displacement, exclusion, and segregation of Black communities and the racial home ownership gap. It shows up in higher education institutions that reinforce the intergenerational reproduction of white privilege, white racial privilege. And finally, it shows up when the Vice President of Instruction, Dr. Laura Ramirez, overlooked a competent Black woman who has been working as the role without compensation for 4 months in favor of a white woman who has no expertise in athletics administration or any connection with the kinesiology division. Ms. Jacqueline Johnson has attended all of Dr. Ramirez's dean meetings, as has served as the main point of contact for the division since February. Anti-Blackness can no longer be unchecked, and I ask that the Board of Trustees look into this matter.
Thank you for your comment. The next comment comes from Shannon Margie.
Isn't it funny how the Management Association, MA, didn't have any problem with Board President Sandra Chen Lau or the new trustees until right after the board voted on February 15th of this year not to extend Andrea Jonas's contract? Nope, we didn't hear a peep out of the MA about the board before that. But at the very next regular meeting of the board after they decided not to extend her contract, guess what? Suddenly, the MA was very upset with the board and had concerns. Coincidence? Hardly. Even the nature of their concerns is telling. For some reason, the MA claimed to be upset about what they called, quote, the board's inability to complete the superintendent president's evaluation, end quote, and the board's unwillingness to, quote, delegate power and authority to the superintendent president to effectively lead the district, end quote. Come on, it is crystal clear whose agenda the MA's complaints are serving. At the following board meeting, the MA appeared again, parroting Andrea Jonas's argument that the new board has unnecessarily spent $75,000 in legal fees on retaining outside counsel with Atkinson firm. The MA argued that the new board didn't need to do that since the district already has a firm, Erickson Law Firm. However, Erickson is the firm that was at Andrea Jonas's side advising her when she made the costly and regrettable decision to unilaterally change the calendar without bargaining it through the FA. Andrea Jonas and Erickson firm both should have known better, as Rocha did the exact same thing not long ago and was ordered by PERB judge to pay more than $1.4 million. How much will the same costly and very preventable error cost this time? My point is that Erickson Law Firm has not been able to keep us on the right side of the law. If Atkinson can prevent another $1 million or more mistake, $75,000 is money well spent. People of the PCC community do not believe the slander being committed about Board President Sandra Chen Lau and the new trustees. Slander committed by the MA, the classified Senate, and all the older white men that have come out of the woodwork suddenly with concerns about PCC's historic majority-minority Board of Trustees, who are good and competent people trying to finally bring accountability and good governance to PCC. The timing and nature of expressed concerns make it super obvious to anyone who's been paying attention that the charges are baseless, trumped up to serve Andrew Jonas's agenda of retaliation against the new board, even as she's on her way out the door. PCC employees, do not be surprised if you are approached, perhaps by your superior, and asked to support baseless concerns about the new board. Although it can be scary, please have the courage to take a stand for the truth, and do not let yourself be used to further the agenda of a president who has received 2 votes of no confidence, gotten us into yet another PERB debacle, and hasn't taken any accountability for any of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next comment comes from Dr. Bernardo.
Good evening to the board. As some of you know, I'm from New York, so I'm going to take this performative opportunity to say, Management Association, what's good? Do they think that when they got up here with their little t-shirt uniforms on last time to trash the Board of Trustees talking about burn it all down faculty, I wouldn't know they were talking about me? I got a hashtag for them all right now that goes for the classified Senate too. Hashtag say my name. They want to talk about me but not call my name. Why? What are they so afraid of? Say my name. What they're not going to do is not give me credit for the things I've done to burn things down over the past year. Say my name. They got a problem with me? I've never even spoken to any of them, which is why I would mention them by name, but I don't actually know any of their names. So, hashtag, I don't know them. Board, you know that feeling where there's a mosquito buzzing by your ear and it keeps coming by and you wave it away? That's what it feels like with MA and CS. Some angry mosquito-y types buzzing in our ears, trying to take a bite. Speaking of mosquitoes, did you know that the Anopheles mosquito has caused some of the worst morbidity and mortality damage ever known because of vector-borne transmission of malaria, so much that scientists are considering eradicating that mosquito? Barbaric people might say, yet when it comes to a solution, you have to admire the simplicity. Let's problem solve. Eliminate the mosquito and you eliminate the disease and the consequences of the disease. So in this metaphor, if we are talking about workplace toxicity and the MA or the CS are the ones spreading toxicity, then their natural reservoir would be the thing that harbors them and give them life, which in this case would be the PCC led by Andrew Jonas, who has aided and abetted some of the worst managerial behavior in the school's history. If you follow the principles of the chain of infection, breaking the chain at any given link eliminates the infection. So to extend the metaphor, if the link of the natural reservoir of workplace toxicity, Andrew Jonas leaves PCC, then the chain of infection is broken because the people spreading it have no safe harbor and therefore cannot continue to propagate this toxicity to others. Simple, isn't it? These people didn't think things all the way through, though, did they? Because their reservoir will be gone and the trustees, their bosses, will still be here and they'll no longer have protection. Those managey type people just cost themselves and their members raises for the next 3 years now that they've decided to vilify the board. Why would any board extend them grace when those red-shirted people are antagonizing the trustees and the board president? They didn't think this all the way through. Of course, they are management and not faculty anymore, if ever. The Peter principle of management suggests that people are promoted to their level of personal terminal competence, which means that management is, by this principle, quite bad most often because everyone has managed to fail upward to the point where they cease to be competent, and there they stay, bad at their jobs forever, which is why they apparently know so much about incompetence. Case in point. Good luck, Santa Barbara. You're going to need it. Hashtag, I don't know her.
The next comment will come from David Monkawa. The next comment is from David Monkawa.
Just want to call my group up here. We are members of the Progressive Asian Network for Action. It's an all-volunteer grassroots community organization whose members reside in Pasadena, South Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley, and other Asian neighborhoods in LA. And our slogan is peace, justice, and equality for 99%. And thank you very much for having us come up here and speak, allowing us to speak. I think some of our comments will kind of fit some of the other previous speakers. In the past several months, the PCC Management Association has attended these board meetings with an agenda to attack, bully, and erode the credibility and influence of some members of the PCC College Board of Trustees. They appear to target the members who make up the new non-white majority of the board, Alton Wong, Christine Kwong, Dr. Stephen Gibson, and they even insist that President Sandra Chin Lau resign. This is going to end right now. She ain't going to need to resign. The Management Association have lodged vicious allegations at the board for mismanagement, instability, misrepresentation of public interest, lack of communication, and racism, yet offered no specifics or evidence backing these claims. What is factual, like the lady here said before, is that the board wouldn't extend PCC President Erica Andrew-Jonas' job for another year as MA had wished. The board also stalled raises for them for a month. Now, does this have anything to do with their outrage? You can connect the dots. For almost 100 years, since 1924, PCC has never had a non-white majority. It's very obvious that racism towards the Asian and African American members is also a motivation in trying to discredit the new board majority. Now, PCC is a great institution. My son went there. My son came here, serving a great, diverse, and multicultural community, a city that we all love and are proud of. For Asian folks, there are dark memories of Pasadena as well. Memories we must never forget so that we can never repeat. And how convenient that on the occasion of Asian Pacific Heritage Month, yeah, we get one too, we find ourselves here to share our collective memories as Asians in Pasadena to provide a deeper understanding as to why we stand here today. For Chinese who live in and love Pasadena, it's where Collis P. Huntington's legacy permeates so much of the roads, the museums, and culture of this city. He was one of the big four railroad magnates who recruited Chinese workers to toil building the Transcontinental Railroad. So horrific was the pay, living conditions, and work through the great mountain ranges that the term, "you ain't got a Chinaman's chance," that became a household word because so many died.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you
Let
very
me
much.
go on for just a few more
No,
minutes,
I'm
please.
so
We got
sorry.
a lot of people up here.
I know. I'm so
horrific
sorry.
was
We're
the
keeping
pain,
it.
living
We have to
conditions,
keep
the
it to
work.
3 minutes for every member of the public. I'm so sorry about that. Our next, we have only 3 minutes for. We only have 3 minutes for every member. Our next. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be for Catherine Chang. I'm sorry, we can't, we try to keep it fair for every member of the public to be able to participate in the same amount of time. And so our next comment will come from Catherine Chang. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your time. Our next comment is from Catherine Chang. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. Our next comment will be from Catherine Chang. Thank you for your. Thank you for your. Thank you for joining us today. Our next speaker is Catherine Chang. You have 3 minutes.
In my 15 years here, I have never seen such blatant and relentless displays of anti-Asian hate. For the first time in PCC history, we have a minority-majority board, 4 API and Black trustees. 2 of them are women. They understand how hard it is to break the glass ceiling so our community will have opportunities unhindered by implicit bias or perceptions that API are not, quote, leadership material, a common stereotype, and hence the relatively few number of API in leadership at PCC, in education, or anywhere else. They're our biggest supporters, forging a pathway for all by breaking that glass ceiling. As soon as discussion began regarding Dr. Andrew-Jonas' contract, a flurry of select supporters started a campaign of harassment, bullying, and baseless accusations. The latest by the Management Association is a vote of no confidence on Trustee Chen Liao. Managers have been soliciting support from other PCC groups, including CAPE, the Coalition for Asian Pacific Employees, proposing to an API group that we join this attack against our own people is hurtful and offensive to our entire community. Shame on you. I want to be clear that my support for the new board is not because of the color of their skin, but because they are good, honest people who are being unfairly attacked. They also happen to be API. Did you know that Trustee Chen Lao's father was sent to a re-education camp during the Cultural Revolution in China only because he had an education? She knows about retaliation for being educated, but also that education is a pathway to a better life. Did you know that all of our trustees of color come from immigrant families, some who immigrated due to political persecution? They know the cost of freedom and seek to create opportunities for all of us, especially those that have been historically marginalized. Did you know that our trustees of color have experienced discrimination and harassment just for being a person of color, including having common stereotypes about Asians and blacks imposed on them, especially now while taking on leadership at PCC? Did you know that all of our trustees of color have higher degrees of education, including doctorates? They know the value of education and hard work. It is clear that this is nothing more than political theater, all designed to bully and intimidate our trustees of color, while the white trustees skate by under the radar. Everyone involved has a choice: continue to grandstand and inject conflict, all to the harm of our students and our community, or to engage in adult dialogue with our trustees and clear up any misunderstanding. Remember, we, the PCC community, are role models for tomorrow's leaders. They deserve the best on us, not the worst on us. Together strong, stop Asian hate.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Our next comment today will come from Todd Jones. Our next comment comes from Todd Jones. You'll have 3 minutes.
You can call me Todd Jones, the taxpayer. I'm going to be talking about the Public Employee Relations Board ruling that came on December 12th. This was on the Pasadena City College Faculty Association versus Pasadena Area Community College District. You can read that as the people versus the government. The issue was the unilateral elimination of the winter intersession at PCC. In a 304-page ruling, the judge ruled in favor of the faculty and against the district management. The judge ruled that the district managed unlawfully changed the academic calendar. The judge ruled that the district management failed to negotiate with the faculty. The judge ruled that the district management engaged in unlawful direct dealing with the faculty. Who is the district management? You may have seen them here wearing embarrassing, tight-fitting, matching t-shirts which ironically attempted to define incompetence. The judge also ruled that the college pay back pay to faculty plus 7% interest. The judge ruled that the college pay the attorney's fees of the faculty association plus 7% interest. This taxpayer is embarrassed to witness such an expensive mistake. Surely we can hope that district management has learned from this mistake. Oh, but wait. This is the second time that district management has attempted to remove the winter intersession. So they didn't learn. The lesson is clear. Don't remove winter session. The management lost the first time, and they did it again. Incompetence is embarrassing and wears matching, tight-fitting t-shirts. So also, I noticed on the agenda that you have items coming up on a consent calendar. I'd like you to remove items or pull them out, items J20 and 21 from the consent calendar. I suggest you do this. The failings I have just discussed here have a strong bearing on whether the Management Association should get a blanket 6% salary increase without any discussion. Please discuss it.
The next comment will come from Una Jost. You have 3 minutes for your comment.
Hi, I'm Yunali Yost, Pasadena resident, and I would like to defer my minutes to David Mankawa.
Oh, thank you, Yuna. Sorry, folks, I just finished up. For almost 100 years, since 1924, PCC has never had a non-white majority, okay? For Japanese Americans, nearby horse stalls at Arcadia was turned into assembly centers, pre-going to the big concentration camps. There's 19,000 people over there, Japanese Americans. No health care, poor bathrooms. Riots ensued involving thousands of people August 1942. So one of the young teenagers that was interned at that assembly center in Santa Anita, Esther Takei, an inmate, 18 years old, was chosen to be a first test case for Japanese returning to Pasadena from the concentration camps. So strong was the racist sentiment against Japanese at that time that the War Relocation Authority had to test one city blowback at a time. She was allowed to enroll right here at PCC and received death threats and harassment from local banded Jap committees initiated by the Pasadena Sons and Daughters of the Golden West and the Pasadena American Legion. Some of her white classmates had to form teams to escort her everywhere. The government was determined to make it work and declared it a success anyway and to hasten the resettlement. Esther had to leave PCC to help her parents make ends meet. But in 2010, she received Women of the Year by the legislature for what she had endured as a young girl, which hastened Japanese American resettlement. Korean Americans who love in Pasadena, live here and love Pasadena, also remember that Dr. Sammy Lee had to go through. He was the first Asian American to win an Olympic gold medal in diving in the 1948 Olympics. He could only practice on Wednesday night during the international night reserved for the colored folks. He and Jackie Robinson both. He would recall that they would replace all the pool in the water before the white kids used the pool the next day. So by now, you might now understand why we are so upset about these attacks on our board members and why we're here tonight. You're wrong on the facts, and you're racist on top of that. And we are here to demand that you stop this, or we will return with many more individuals and organizations. Oppose racism, stand for full equality for everybody at PCC and all people of color and everyone else here in Pasadena. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
We're stronger.
Thank you for your comments. The next comment will come from Julie McCune. Thank you for your time today. Our next comment will be from Julie McCune. If you guys can clear the area around the speaking table so our next speaker can speak. Our next comment is from Julie McCune. Thank you.
Greetings, Board of Trustees of PCC and Superintendent. My name is Julie McCune. I live in Area 2 for over 6 decades. I'm a graduate of PCC. I strongly support the leadership of President of the Board, Sandra Chen Lau, and the recently elected Board of Trustees at PCC. And I'm a taxpayer, I wanted to add, like I heard before. As a retired public school teacher of 35 years, I support all educators in my community, and I have several concerns regarding the PCC faculty. We need to improve the pay and the working conditions of our part-time professors. If we make improvements for our faculty, it will benefit all of our PCC students. Let's do all that we can to build trust and prevent harm, continue to provide accountability and transparency. It is unacceptable in 2023 to read about reports of threats and insults to women of color elected to positions of leadership in our community. I voted for change, not the status quo. Thank you, Julie McCune.
Thank you for your comment. Our final public comment is from Tony Vong.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I want to address the ongoing conflict currently happening between certain governing bodies in the school and the Board of Trustees. I do not agree with the sentiments of certain governing bodies putting almost all, if not all, the blame on the board itself. Any motive to invest all faults in one person or entity should be met with skepticism. The school administration expressed the students as their top concern, but when the new Board of Trustees were made scapegoats of the conflicts between certain governing bodies, I can only be reminded of the administration's elimination of winter intercession, which slowed students' ability to obtain credits faster and to transfer faster. It didn't help either when I believe that the school entered a dispute, which resulted in the restoration of winter intercession and led to the wastage of around $1 million when it could have been used on school resources that could have helped the well-being of students materially and academically. I also recall that when the school administration surveyed students on the elimination of winter intercession, students were asked, have you taken winter intercession before? Which is a flawed question because that question was asked at a time when many students did not have the opportunity to even take winter intercession in the first place. When the question should have been asked, do you want winter intercession to be restored? This is not necessarily the fault of the board, but it's a shortcoming of the school administration as a whole. It's the shortcoming of the administration's ability to adequately hear from students while it espouses students being its #1 priority. But with the election of the new Board of Trustees, with the election of the new trustees members, I have hope that they can make progress on ensuring that the voices of students are heard and the concerns are addressed on students, as one student previously said and advocated here, and his sentiment is shared by my friends as well. That for the creation of more jobs here on campus for students, while also making progress on sustainability, which also affects the future of students even after they transfer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Madam Chair, that concludes public comment. Oh,
Yeah, I know you're not supposed to address certain people, but I think my professor's watching, and I just want to tell him to respond to my email that hasn't been
Thank you.
responded for 20 days.
thank you. Thank you for your comment. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Now we have approved minutes for regular business meeting number 16, April 19th, 2023. Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, I want to mention that one of the items on the minutes needs to be changed. Item L4, McDougall, Bomer, Foley, Leon, Michael, and Erickson. It says resolution, motion carries. It should be no motion fails on that minute.
Point of order.
Trustee
So
Martin.
the minutes reflect the action that happened, and the action that happened was it was declared passed, which we later learned from investigation through bylaws that it didn't. So it seems like the minutes need to stand as what the minutes are, but we need to somehow tonight announce out the correction. You understand? I'm not trying to hide what happened, but I'm trying to do it in the right, appropriate Robert Rules of Order method. So if something happens in a meeting, even if whatever happened in the meeting was incorrect, you somehow have to report what happened in the meeting. That's what minutes are to do.
Trustee Kwan.
And you correct it in a later meeting by saying this was declared this, but it shouldn't have been because of bylaws and whatever.
What happened in the meeting is correct. There was a vote taken of 7 trustees, 4 abstained, 3 voted in favor. It is not an affirmative vote of a majority of the quorum. Education Code Section 72000D3 specifically says that Board of Trustees at community colleges may only pass things through the affirmative vote of a majority. And
that's
so
not in dispute.
the call is incorrect. The minutes need to be revised that the motion fails.
So I have a motion on the floor to correct the minutes Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Discussion, please.
Discussion.
So I'm not contesting what you just said. I'm only contesting that you can't change the facts of history and what happened. And so because it was declared, we need to correct in this meeting that it was incorrectly declared and the correct action was that it failed. It seems to me that that would be the appropriate way to accomplish the same goal that needs to be done.
Trustee Wang.
Can we just incorporate that into the amendment of the minutes?
Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, that's amended to be changing, correcting the minutes.
Reflecting that, yeah.
Reflecting
Thank
that.
you.
So for clarity, I think what you're suggesting is that the minutes stand, but there is some additional amendment that's put on the end of the minutes that states, subsequent to the end of the meeting, it was determined that the item failed. Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, minutes are revised all the time. There's normally a meeting a month later or whenever for all organizations, and the minutes can be amended when they were mistakenly recorded. So I think the result is the same.
It is.
I am in favor of saying that it's revised, that we're revising the minutes.
Yes.
But I don't think it needs to be at the end. I think it can be in the same location to say
Okay,
that
and
it's revised.
my point is that the minutes aren't trying to rewrite history. The attempt of the minutes isn't to rewrite history to make it correct. The attempt of the minutes is to record history. Therefore, we in this meeting need to declare for the minutes of this meeting that subsequent to that meeting, it was declared failed because we misinterpreted the bylaw. We're going to get to the same end. I just want it to happen in the right procedural process. That's all. I'm not disagreeing that it failed.
It sounds slightly different than my understanding. It sounds like you're saying do something in today's minutes, but I think we need to revise the previous minutes because the previous minutes were wrong and they need to be revised.
And I'm going to disagree with that on a procedural basis. So I wouldn't mind an announcement being made in this meeting that's recorded in the minutes that corrects the fact.
Trustee Silver.
But history is history.
I was just going to say, I think that's why we approve the minutes. Otherwise, there'd be no point if you just always rubber stamp them as yes, 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 right. So I think that you can approve the minutes with a correction.
But the correction is the approval and the correction is supposed to be with the purpose of properly recording history. It's not the approval and the correction is to try to right the wrongs that may have been stated for all innocent purposes, all innocent reasons.
Trustee Kwan.
That's all.
The voting by the board was very clear. The education code is very clear that motions only carry by 4 affirmative votes, which did not occur. The calling of the outcome of the action last month was incorrect. The correct call should have been the motion fails. Ms. Jones made a call that the motion carried. It's just incorrect. We just need to revise it to correct what the law requires us to do, is to comport with the education code. So we revised the minutes to comport what the board actually did last month.
I call for a vote on the amendment from Trustee Gibson.
Second.
Can you state the amendment?
Revise the minutes to reflect motion fails.
Trustee Chan.
Aye.
Trustee Wang.
Is this a roll call vote or was it just a regular vote?
The roll call vote.
Aye.
Trustee Kwan.
Aye.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Gibson.
Aye.
Trustee Martin.
No.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
Aye. 6 to 1.
Do we need to do a motion to approve the agenda, the minutes as amended?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, one no. Board reporting out, board committees reporting out. Any board reports from any of the committee chairs? None. Combined consent calendar, student instructions business, consent calendar F through.
Yeah, before we move on these, I'd like to call one item in the consent calendar and call for a separate discussion and vote. And that is item H17, which is business. And the item specifically is contract extension B220080, and the party is AALR legal firm.
Okay. So other than that item, we're going to approve consent F1 through 5 on students, consent calendar for students.
I move to approve the consent calendar items with the one exception.
Second.
So is that F through H20 with the exception of H17 or F1 through 5?
It's all of the consent calendar items with the exception of the personnel items and with the exception of item H17. And then that one item specifically. H17 is a lot of contracts, but only the one that I've previously mentioned.
Okay, all those in, go ahead.
Sorry, it's still murky.
Okay.
So
items approving F1 through H20 with the exception of H17.
And Tammy, Trustee Silver, just to be clear, it's not the exception of the entirety of H17 because there's many items listed there. It's the exception of only the one item in H17 that I mentioned.
Okay.
Okay? Does that clarify?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's go to your item
Thank you.
H17.
So I requested that this item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion and a vote, and I'll vote that we do not approve this item. Pardon me, I'll make a motion that we not approve this item and look for a second, and then we can have discussion.
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion?
So this item is to extend or add additional dollars to the contract for the law firm. I'm just going to refer to their initials, AALRR. And we initially engaged this firm or extended an existing contract back in September, and it was for one specific item. And that was to represent the board, not the district, and to represent the board in the superintendent's contract. And that was an appropriate item for the board, not the district, to engage legal counsel. And we did engage them, and they undertook that work. And now that the superintendent is leaving our employment without that contract being resolved, there are no other matters that require that are board matters as opposed to district matters. And so there's no need to allocate additional dollars to this law firm.
Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, I would say I find this law firm helpful in dealing with the PERB decision, for example, and other matters in closed session and that require legal review. I find this firm very useful.
Trustee Kwan.
Yeah, I find the assistance of our board counsel, Irma Rodriguez-Moisa and Paul McLaughlin, to be very helpful in synthesizing the 300-page PERB decision and articulating it in a cogent manner, and to also assist the current counsel of record in helping us resolve these disputes. And I think we continue to need their services in order to resolve legal problems before they continue to become more of an issue for us that will end up costing more money.
Trustee Osterling.
So I think we embarked down the road with this law firm with a pretty clear understanding of what work they were going to be doing. They were going to be engaged by the board, not the district, to work on board matters. Board matters that require legal counsel by the board are fairly rare and few and far between. So for example, we engaged the same law firm to execute or to create the contract for the superintendent about 4.5 years ago when she joined. I think there was one other matter that was a board matter, not a district matter. And what has happened is we started off with a clear-cut understanding that the district has representation from a law firm and the board has representation on a matter that truly is a board matter and not a district matter. And over the course of time between September and now, those lines have become very blurred, and I think that exposes us to the appearance and the potential and the reality of a conflict of interest when we have the same board representing the board on board matters, but also getting involved in district matters. And specifically, if they're going to get involved in district matters, and I went back to when we engaged them and looked at the discussion that surrounded that engagement, which was pretty comprehensive, and legal counsel acknowledged that they would report to the board on board matters and they would report to the district on district matters. And again, as I said previously, the only matter that this firm was engaged to do was the superintendent's contract, which clearly is a board matter, and all other items that they're working on are district matters. And if they're going to work on district matters, they should report to the administration and not the board. So again, I suggest that we've used this firm for the purpose we hired them for. There are no other board matters that are before the board that require legal counsel. There are district matters, and we do have district counsel for that.
I'm going to call for a vote.
Well, I would like to comment that,
Sure.
that boards having specific representation is unusual because usually board members are confident enough because they've had training or thoroughly read the agenda that they don't need legal counsel at their elbow advising them. So that is my comment, that if we had that model of a board, we would not need this law firm any longer.
Trustee Wang.
On this topic, I'll disagree with you a little bit, Trustee Silver, on whether or not it is common. Other community college districts have counsel that advise the board, their boards. It's not an uncommon it's not an uncommon practice in the California community college system. So on that note, I would just disagree on that. Some of the other college districts in the LA area have councils that advise the board. And, I think we have seen where some of that advice on the ongoings of our conversations have been useful. Thank you.
Trustee Martin.
So, well, I know it's unusual. As far as what is usual or unusual, that's usually a frame of reference to what you want to compare it to. To the PCC history, this is the first time that I'm aware it's ever happened. I would liken it a little bit to our annual audit. So there's an annual audit that gets presented to the board, and in essence, it is the board who hires the auditors, and most auditors realize at the end of the day, they report to the board. That doesn't mean that they can't work with the administration, because obviously our auditors work with our financial people very, very closely, but at the end of the day, they report to the board, and this board has had a history, at least till as of late, to even call the auditors into an executive session without any other staff present and talk to them. I've always felt, and the reason I was against this additional counsel to begin with, that the attorneys that we've always had in the past were very much the same. The district attorneys know that in the end they're reporting to the board. And I happened to be board chair during the one occasion where there was a bit of a controversy with the superintendent, and so we hired an administrative law judge to help with some issue, but I, as board chair, worked with district council on that particular topic, and it was very clear in district council's mind that I was representing the board, and as we were going through this little review of this topic without the superintendent for whatever purposes at the time, which I disagreed with at that time too, but it's fine. So my point is that, these are very professional, sophisticated organizations, and they know boards, and they know districts, and they know how they work, and they know at the end of the day who votes on their contracts. And so I am where I was many, many months ago, that we need one district council that we all have the benefit of utilizing, and we don't need two. And now I can't help but saying with a little bit of humor in my heart that once you hire 2 attorneys, you're going to have to hire 3 to break the tie. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody's laughing with me, right?
Trustee
They're
Silver.
like economists, right? You can't just have 2. You have to have at least 3 just to break the tie. Anyway.
Trustee Silver.
I also just want us to be wary of accreditation issues, because the purview of a board is fiduciary responsibility, and the hiring of our one employee, which is the superintendent president. And as we dig deeper into the inner workings of the college, we are at risk of accreditation problems. And I see the work of this law firm as going beyond the purview of a properly run board.
Thank you. I'm going to call for a vote. Trustee Chan.
Abstain.
Can you restate the motion?
The motion is to not grant the extension or the additional dollar allocation in item H17B 220080 for the law firm of AALRR.
So a yes vote would mean you would support that, and a no vote.
A yes vote would mean that we do not extend their contract.
Yes, okay. Trustee Wei.
Nay.
Trustee Kwong.
No.
Trustee Silver.
Aye.
Trustee Gibson.
No.
Trustee Martin.
Aye.
Trustee Osterling.
Aye.
And I'm a no. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed the very first vote from trustee.
She abstained.
No, I'm sorry, the second vote.
No.
No, you were no. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item H17.
Second.
And this is the full contract law?
Yes. Trustee,
Let me just point of order. We've already approved all of H17 except for this one item in
My
the
understanding is when you
consent
pull
calendar.
an item, the item is H17.
No, I pulled item
Oh, you
H17.
pulled just the contract, excuse
Yeah,
me.
item H17 is a bunch of contracts. There's a whole bunch of them.
So we need to approve the contract, okay?
all right. Is there a motion to approve the contract?
Motion to approve the contract with AALRR.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Wait, so we're approving the change?
No, we're approving the contract for the firm.
Okay. Abstain.
Trustee Wang?
Aye.
Trustee Kwan?
Aye.
Trustee Silver?
Nay.
Trustee Gibson?
Yes.
Trustee Martin?
No.
Trustee Osterling?
No.
And I'm a yes. Thank you. So now we go to action items J.
No, aye.
Oh, I, personnel. My glasses, excuse me. Personnel. I know that for this item, the student trustee does not vote. This is to approve consent calendar, employment changes, status separation, and approve and ratify additional compensation for academic personnel.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we go to action items. Okay. J1, adoption resolution number 774 in recognition of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer pride month, June 30, 23.
I'd like to make a motion to approve action items J1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Approve addition, modification, and deletions to the credit and non-credit curriculum.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Authorize to transmit third quarterly financial status report.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve updated adjunct non-credit faculty salary schedule to include 8 additional steps effective July 1st, 2023.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Approve the revised memorandum of understanding between Pasadena Area Community College District and the Pasadena City College confidentials.
Move to approve.
Second.
Trustee Chan?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye. Are these personnel matters, and does the student trustee vote on these?
Are these considered
They're
they're personnel? Okay. My apologies.
No worries.
Okay. Approve summer schedule memorandum of understanding between Pasadena Area Community College District and Pasadena City College, California Federation of Teachers.
I'd like to make a motion to approve items J8, 9, 10, and 11 together.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry. How many are we going to approve all at once
It's
here?
just the summer schedule because they're all this.
Yeah, these are all the summer
Yeah.
schedule.
10-4
So
schedule.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Second, if it hasn't happened already?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. There's a public comment on J12.
I think that's going to come after the vote. So motion to approve?
Yes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And then we have a public comment from Mikagi Kuroki.
Good evening, trustees. I'm Mikage Kuroki, and I represent the Faculty Association. I'm here today to thank the PCC Board of Trustees for ratifying the faculty contract. We are very excited that the FA and district have come to an agreement on this contract on issues such as salary, working conditions, an increase in paid office hours for part-time faculty, among other issues. However, we are most excited about the fact that the contract includes health care for part-time faculty. This contract is historic because PCC has become one of the first colleges to provide health care to part-time faculty. For as long as the FA board can remember, we've pushed to get quality health care for part-time members of our bargaining unit. Our contract for the first time includes PCC-sponsored health care for part-time faculty, and it is for this that we are most grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Action item not 16, that's been pulled. Action item 17, approve the memorandum of understanding between Pasadena Area Community College District and the Pasadena City College Faculty Association regarding salary increases.
Move to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approve 6% salary increase for Pasadena City College, California Federation of Teachers, effective July 1st, 2023.
I'll move to approve 18, 19, and 20 and 21.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Information items.
Okay. So we had a wonderful commencement ceremony a week ago, and we had more than 800 graduates and a full stadium cheering them on. And I want to thank everyone who made that possible. That's a huge task, and everybody did a great job. We also, since the board last met, we had a really nice Armenian genocide commemoration ceremony on the quad on April 24th. There were speeches, there was really great dancing and music, and it was really a wonderful time to be together in commemoration. We've also celebrated in the last few weeks Black graduation, APITA, Latinx, Latino, Latine graduation, Lavender, UndocuGrad, Veterans graduation. CORE had a graduation ceremony at Pinocchio's. And Mayor Gordo was there as well. We did high school diploma graduates last week, and that was great to have a formal ceremony. Plaque also had its Noche de Excelencia, which was an amazing night to celebrate and honor our scholarship award winners. And we also, the PCC retirees had their annual retirees scholarship event last Friday at the University Club, and they gave out, I think, 10 or 11 scholarships and some really great stories, amazing. This last Saturday, the PCC Athletics Hall of Fame induction. It had been 5 years since we had an induction ceremony, so it was really great to do that. Quite a few individuals, at least 10, I believe, several teams, several coaches. It was pretty powerful. Mayor Gordo was also in the house for that. And it was really great to honor so many athletes from PCC and to have folks come, especially football players who came and they were wearing their Super Bowl rings. So that's pretty amazing. They got their start here. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Enrollment strategies.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miriam and I are here representing both our instruction side of the house as well as student services to give the enrollment strategies report for you tonight in lieu of or in the absence of Dr. Laura Ramirez and Dr. Brenda Ivelisse. All right, so we have some information, and this was really based on last month's data that was brought forward by Dr. Ramirez and some information or questions that came back. And so we're following up based on last month. Really just giving information in terms of enrollment, where we're at, particularly with, should probably move this in. Okay. Particularly with our status right now, some student success and retention as well. So this is the first chart you'll see is our FTES, our full-time equivalent student, our head count. This is based on individuals that are our enrollment numbers. So you'll see this is going from 2017, 2018 academic year through our in progress 22-23. And we can also entertain any questions that you might have. We'd be able to answer them.
So right now, we're just looking at fall only.
That, on this, yes, and what the in progress is that we're still finishing up the spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these are solid numbers for fall.
Those have been revised since what we got in our packets, right? Or am I aligning something wrong?
Yes.
They've been revised? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I shouldn't look at this. I better look at this. Okay.
Our enrollment, again, this is our district enrollment. This is not necessarily head count. It's not one head, one student. It could be a student taking multiple courses. So it is by enrollment. And so you'll notice, again, going back from 2017, 2018 to present, 2020, 2021 is really the first year of COVID, of the pandemic. Our numbers were relatively, they came down a little bit, right, from the previous year. And then as we've come back, very similar to other colleges throughout the state or throughout the nation, our numbers are dipping a little bit with this.
So, is my mic on? Thank you. So on this chart, these numbers are one particular course. So for example, if a student took 5 classes in fall and 5 classes in spring, would that be a 10 on this chart?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm allowing for questions, you know. If you're thinking of something, I'm here, waiting. All right. Also asked last month was ethnicity, our enrollment by ethnicity. And so here is the data. And again, this is the raw numbers or the enrollment, and it's not by percentage. And so the total you'll see there at the bottom, and then with our ethnic breakdowns, our Latinx or Hispanic students being our most populated student ethnic group, and followed by our Asian Pacific Islander, no, our Asian population, our white population, our multiracial, multicultural population, our unknown, and I'm sorry, our African American, and then our unknown, Pacific Islander, and our Native American, our least populated student ethnic groups. Our success and retention, so you'll see each year has 2 columns, and this is, the first column would be the success rate. This is students who are completing a course with a passing grade. It could be AP for pass, or it could be a letter grade of a passing notation. And then the other column is our retention. This is how many students are actually completing their course. They are not withdrawing, and so you'll see here that the numbers could be a student who may choose to remain in the class and fail the class. And so our completion rates tend to be a little bit higher because there's students who are completing the course, they just didn't complete it successfully. And then we've broken it down, each slide after that is broken down by our ethnic groups, our racial ethnic groups by alphabetical order. So The first one, the first slide is our African American. If you look consistently, I'll go back for a little bit. This is our all campus averages or percentages. And so if we're looking at our African American student population, we see an equity gap. That has been consistent. With our Asian student population, these are the success and completion rates. You'll notice that there is not a equity gap for our students, our Asian students. Our Latinx students, again, the success and retention for the past few years. Also, we have experienced an equity gap with our Latinx students here at PCC. Our Native American population, also an equity gap. Our Pacific Islander, also an equity gap. Multiracial, multicultural, 2 or more ethnicities. This one's pretty much on par, right? On looking at the campus averages. Unknown, also no gap. And then our white students, also no gap. Okay. Okay. Any questions so far? That's it.
Trustee Wang.
Sorry, you don't have to go back in slides, but I just want
Okay.
to confirm on the first slide when we're talking about FTES and headcount. The headcount, I know it's noted, it says fall, but the FTES is the course of the entire year up until this point?
The FTS is actually a formula, and maybe you can explain
Yeah.
this one better, right?
But is that for the year or is it for just the fall?
That's just for the fall.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to speak to some of the data that we've just seen, we've talked a lot about the resources and services that we're providing to our students. We're in the process of hiring 3 retention specialists to really work on retaining our students as much as possible, really working on the bridge between instruction and the student services that we have to offer, really trying to strengthen that so that what's happening in the classroom is supported and mirrored also through our student services. Our FYE and outreach areas are doing, they're elevating our outreach to the community. We have our open house this weekend on Saturday. If you're in town and want to stop by, we have about 900 students who are registered as of today, and the numbers keep climbing. And so it's a very large event. We have a huge resource fair, so really trying to get in front of as helping students through our process in working towards registering to the college. And we're offering a lot of registration workshops, all held in our FYE center at the moment. All our services are coming in and becoming centralized so that students don't have to go hunting around for help, particularly through our registration period. And on Monday, we kick off our fall registration cycle. And so really trying to make sure to bring that to the forefront and inform students of what services we have as they work through registering for our next term. We still have open classes for summer that we're pushing. In terms of enrollment, our students in our high schools locally have not graduated yet, so they might not even be thinking about coming to college and to PCC. So we have a communication plan sort of set up to help make sure that they know that we're here as soon as they complete their high school journey and graduate.
We're also tapping into, when we talk a little bit more about the strategies to improve our enrollment, like I mentioned, PCC is not alone in seeing a decline in enrollment. And so being innovative and coming together from different aspects of the college. A few months ago, we were able to present to you dual enrollment, which is skyrocketed. And so that really is an area that we can tap into and really being strategic, not just about dual enrollment and offering the courses, but understanding that when we touch one family, when we touch one student, we're touching the entire family. And so that then could influence perhaps a parent or the younger siblings coming in. And so we're being much more intentional about what the potential is within dual enrollment. Non-credit as well has been bringing off some new initiatives and strategies to support the non-credit side of the house. Reminder, we're having our Math Academy, which is really bridging the dual enrollment and the non-credit to be innovative and bring in a new aspect of education, a new service that we can provide our community. In addition, some other outreach and marketing pieces that we're working together, again, folks coming from across the campus to be thinkers and thinking outside the box and innovative on how we can support our enrollment efforts.
Trustee Martin.
I've been very appreciative of these enrollment updates, and it's obviously very critical. It's the heart of our mission. And food for thought for a future, perhaps, enrollment topic, and maybe you've said it and presented it to us before, but trying to, let me ask it crudely. Is there a question on the standard PCC application, like, how did you hear about us? I mean, that's getting at what I'm trying to get at. That may not be the right method to use, and maybe institutional research can help here. But as part of our enrollment strategy, knowing why students are coming here, why they chose PCC, or, you know, if we were selling a product, did you hear about it from a friend? Did you see it on TV? Did you, you know, get it in, you know, you'd ask those kind of questions, right? That may not work on a college application, I get it. I'm not promoting that. But I am interested in, as part of our enrollment strategy, how we try to assess the students we do have, why they chose us. And that angle might be an interesting presentation at a future topic, because we, you know, we keep hauling you in here every time, right? And, you know, you only got so much data every time, right?
Right.
So I'm thinking like that might be something it would be interesting to know if there's a way to work with Institute and find that out. So food for thought.
Thank you. Trustee Wang.
Since it was brought up, and I know that we are big supporters of the dual enrollment program, and that we've seen it be a real source of growth, both at Northwest, across our different the K through 12 districts. I'm curious to see, maybe just anecdotally, I'm not asking for numbers or anything, just like how has this past term's dual enrollment, you know, I don't want to use the word numbers because that's not what I'm asking for, but just like, you know, how has it gone?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
How's it going? And then, you know, how are we thinking about, you know, what's coming next?
Right. Well, I don't want to hijack the show, but we're doing really, really well. Carlos just finished going to one of the retreats, and so he was able to pull some numbers, and I'm working with Miriam actually right now. I'm hoping this is not premature, but we have identified a small cohort from Marshall High School that it looks like they will be able to complete this term with a certificate in business. Small cohort, but nonetheless, it's demonstrative of what's been going on, the partnerships. And this actually was because they asked for a business course, and then we were able to identify that how many students were so close to completing, and so we were able to suggest additional courses that they could, so that those students can complete a certificate. John Muir High School, again, is doing well with students who are, in addition to dual enrollment, taking concurrent enrollment here so that they can earn their associate's degree. So numbers-wise, yes, they're exploding, but we're able to really get to know our students and be able to demonstrate some success with some heart attached to it as well. So
Thank you
for
so much.
asking. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other
Thank you.
questions? Okay,
Oh,
great.
sorry.
Thank you. Now we have announcements. Announcements by shared governance representatives and Board of Trustees. We'll start with Academic Senate.
Good evening. I'm Academic Senate Secretary Lena Hicks. And the Academic Senate will be hosting a classified staff appreciation event of popsicles and games next Tuesday, May 23rd, from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the Circadian Courtyard. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Academic Senate Administrative Assistant Nadia Marquez and PCC Library Administrative Assistant Anthony DeSanto. Thank you for all you do. The last Academic Senate meeting for the academic year took place on April 24th, and the board engaged in thoughtful discussion about adjunct faculty representation on the Senate board. The discussion was encouraging and will continue in the upcoming academic year. Also, faculty have approved PCC's first ever anti-racist policy, AP 3400, which pushes our college closer to becoming an anti-racist institution. AP 3400 has been presented to other constituency groups, and we strongly encourage all trustees to support the policy once it is presented to your board. And lastly, I would like to thank Vice President Candace Jones, Chief Technology Officer Tendaji Jamal, and Chief Machin for taking the time to meet with library faculty and staff to explore ways of improving library safety for students, employees, and community members. Sharing space with Vice President Jones and members of management and being treated as a valued department on campus has been refreshing and hopeful. We look forward to continuing dialogue and collaboration. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Management Association?
Good evening. I am Carlos Tito Altamirano, the acting board vice president of the Management Association. I've been at Pasadena City College for 15 years and have served under 7, soon to be 8, superintendent presidents. Board President Chen Lao, it is disappointing we received your response to our concerns through media once again, and not directly to us through open dialogue. Your expressed wishes of building trust and understanding seems disingenuous as your actions continually undermine any attempt at collegiality. Before we get started, we'd like to address the allegations of racism you insinuated in Pasadena Now, particularly your Fact 5 that was levied against the MA and community members who voiced their displeasure in your leadership at the April board meeting. We who stand before you and lead at PCC take racism, sexism, and any other ism very seriously. We are continuously striving to be inclusive, equitable, and anti-racist in everything we do, whether it is our self-imposed mandatory EEO training that allows us to serve on hiring committees and be mindful of unintentional bias, the creation and support for outreach events targeting underrepresented populations on our campus and within our community, or organizing and hosting the intentional programming to better empower our marginalized students. All of these efforts feed into our collective goal of creating a safe and dynamic learning community. So, when you fail to address racist sentiments expressed by your own handpicked board members who you've supported financially and politically, and accuse us, the MA, of being bullies and racists, we feel that this is merely a smokescreen and distraction from the real issue here, your incompetence. We'd also like to point out something obvious that we're also very mindful about: positionality. The positionality here is that you are the board president, and you hold the power. This is why we, the at-will, non-unionized leaders of this college, have been purposefully showing up the last few months to hold truth to power. If you feel that this is truly a hostile and unsafe environment for the board, then let's have those conversations in person and not through the media. Because we feel that you're creating a hostile and unsafe environment for the stability and fiscal integrity of the college that we deeply love and want to protect. This is not about gender. This is not about culture. This is not about being AAPI, and no, this is not about race. This is about your misuse and abuse of power. It's about your incompetence. Furthermore, Board President Chen Lao, Despite sitting on the first majority-minority board, you are not a trailblazer. It is important to recognize the women of color before you. Former trustee Belinda Brown, a black African-American woman, sat in your very seat less than a year ago. And former trustee Linda Wah, an Asian American woman, served for 12 years, representing District Area 5.
Now, focusing on the real issues, we'll address your other facts from the Pasadena Now article. Fact 1, in reference to your guest opinion, quote, PCC is accredited through 2028. Correct. We agree. However, when you state that there are no issues with PCC's accreditation, this is alarming. Those who have been here since 2015, or about 3 superintendent presidents ago, we remember what put us on the probationary path, and we also remember how hard we collectively fought to get off probation. We see history repeating itself. We are all witnessing deficiencies in procedures and practices that can lead to noncompliance. For instance, ACCJC Standard 4.C.2, where the governing board acts as a collective entity. What we saw at the close of last month's board meeting would illustrate that we do have an issue. Or ACCJC Standard 4.C.12, where the governing board delegates full responsibility and administers board policy without board interference. We've seen this in the censorship on what even makes it to the agenda for discussion and review by the entire board. For instance, the original Angel City FC contract that passed unanimously last month was not allowed to be brought forth by the board president in February, costing us, the college, missed opportunities to participate in the excitement of the season's kickoff, denying the inclusion of the MA's COLA on the March agenda despite established precedents of the Me Too agreement, and the recent investigation into the PCC Foundation without apparent cause. These are just part of the overreach and mismanagement conflicts we've continued to bring to your attention as accreditation red flags. Now we are hearing reports that the ACCJC has become alarmed by the turmoil here at PCC, involving pushing out the superintendent president and the alleged misuse of funds by the board president, and may conduct an interview. Let me say that again. We are now hearing reports that the ACCJC has become alarmed by the turmoil here at PCC, involving the pushing out of the superintendent president and the alleged misuse of funds by the board president, and the ACCJC may conduct an investigation, which brings us to your next fact. Fact 2. In reference to your guest opinion quote, hiring a board counsel to advise the board is common practice for K-12 and community college districts. Again, correct. The issue we have is not the retention of your own board counsel, it is the staggering amount you've spent and continue to spend not only at advisement, but to be part and present of your every decision. This is where your incompetence can be measured. We understand you appreciate data, so we brought it. We raised the concern of the misuse of public funds for the past 2 months, but it seems obviously necessary to spotlight this further with more details that we've received through our public records request. The original contract with Atkinson, Edelson, Loyal, Rudd, and Roma, the Atkinson firm, was for $120,000 for a year. About a year later, after receiving no invoices for fiscal year 21-22, an amendment was made to increase said contract not only by $50,000, totaling the $170,000 per year, but for an additional 2 years, extending the contract to 2024. To be clear, the contract was up was up for $170,000, extending through July 2024. From July 1, 2022 to March 31, 2023, after Trustee Chen Lau assumed the board president role, she incurred more than $100,000 in legal fees. And tonight, on the board agenda, there was an amendment to increase the contract for yet another $50,000, totaling $222,000. For transparency purposes, we are sharing the annual expenses from the Atkinson firm based on documents received from our public records request. Year 2019 to 2020, $30,122. Year 2022 to 2021, $42,213. Year 2021 to 2022, $0. Year 2022 to 2023, $101,470. Trustees Silver, Osterling, Wang, and Martin, do you really support these egregious expenses? Because if the buck stops with the board, as trustees Gibson, Kwong, and the board president have professed, then the entire board is equally culpable for this financial mismanagement. Trustees, were you aware of these legal costs? Can you please be transparent on the need to spend taxpayer dollars on so much legal advice? If this board wasn't needing so much legal advisement, then the amount that could have been spent funded student center initiatives such as 6,250 tutoring hours, more than 330 Chromebooks, 10,000 student meals, or 1,800 caps and gowns, more than enough to cover our recent graduating class and the next 2 classes.
Fact 3. In reference to your guest opinion quote, completion of excellence in community college trustees training is not a requirement for board service. Correct again. However, not unlike the precedents established in the 1970s that every past president prior to Donald J. Trump released their tax returns, PCC trustees have willfully participated in this certification. Current trustees Martin, Osterling, and even Trustee Silver, who was elected after Board President Chen Lau, have all been ETP, or Excellence in Trusteeship Program certified. This program, vetted by both the National Association of Community College Trustees, the ACCT, and the Accrediting Commission of Community and Junior Colleges, ACCJC, only takes a year to complete. Yet, Board President Chen Lau is now entering her 5th year without this certification. Trustees Wang, Kwong, and Gibson, we hope you value this training and highly encourage you to complete it to thoroughly learn your roles and avoid the mismanagement pitfalls that have cost the district over $100,000 unnecessarily. Unfortunately, Board President Chen Lau, your alternative training methods haven't served you well at all. You're still unable to make decisions without the use of your personal legal firm paid for by the district, nor understand Robert's Rules of Order to effectively run a board meeting so that you can avoid simple Brown Act blunders. Lastly, your suggestion of adding a child care option to CCLC trainings trivializes single parents or lower income parents who actually struggle to meet their obligations. You willingly took on the role of trustee, and with it, its responsibilities to learn the accompanying commitments. Many PCC employees manage their child care responsibilities daily, and yes, sometimes we need to travel to attend professional development workshops. It's disingenuous for you to claim a hardship and hold a personal grudge against the CCLC for asking you to not have your child present at a social function, not a development workshop where alcohol was being served. It's your right to take it personally, but like a lot of things, this is another example of you putting your personal issues ahead of our district's needs. Fact number 4. In reference to your guest opinion quote, the Management Association is a group, non-union, of 78 managers and directors representing about 5% of PCC's 1,500 faculty and staff, not to mention PCC's 20,000 students. It's true that the MA doesn't make up a majority of the PCC community. but we do interact with all of it. And just like you, we have also continued to receive support and encouragement from faculty, staff, and students. When we look at some of the people offering support for Board President Chen Lao and the new trustees, there are folks who misrepresent themselves as voices of the college, despite not having taught at PCC in over a year, let alone ever, on one of our campuses. There are also those who have donated large sums of money to ensure their interests are served, even at the expense of the college. We feel confident when we see former PCC and community leaders who have publicly offered their support for our efforts to expose these bad actions and have called for change in the current board leadership. Board President Chen Lao, you always ask for more data to help with your decision making. We are launching a change.org petition where community members can express their desire for your resignation from the Board of Trustees. With this petition, you'll be able to see the data that should help inform your decision. While we're certain you are proud of your accomplishment of pushing out PCC's first openly LGBTQ superintendent president, we'd also like to commend you on another accomplishment, pushing the only non-unionized governance group towards possible unionization. For the first time in the almost 100-year history of the college, PCC's management is now exploring unionizing because of you and your actions. Congrats on this potential historic feat.
Therefore, in solidarity, the Pasadena City College Management Association has reached a vote of no confidence in Board of Trustee President Sandra Chen Lao. Whereas Board of Trustee President of the Pasadena Area Community College District, Sandra Chen Lao, has failed to acknowledge her fiduciary obligation to protect the college's financial assets, continued inappropriate and excessive expenditures of funds on legal counsel demonstrates a disregard to the college's financial standing. Her due diligence on execution of duties and responsibilities, lack of appropriate training, and unwillingness to engage proper training has demonstrated that President Chen Lao does not possess the skills to effectively lead meetings, understand protocol and policies, and thus effectively lead the Board of Trustees. Failed to honor a legal contract with her one employee, the President's superintendent. Board President Chen Lao has acted capriciously and in bad faith by hiring legal counsel to revise said contract. Implementation of and lack of correction of board practices that are arbitrary and censor fellow Board of Trustee members that prohibits a fair review and consent of agenda items. Has failed to engage with the Management Association, a recognized group via the shared governance process, in a collegial and fair manner. Therefore, for these reasons, the Management Association submits a vote of no confidence on your ability to effectively lead the district. Exactly a year ago tomorrow, before she became president of the board, then Trustee Chen Lao quoted the ACCT on what a vote of no confidence means and how boards should handle them. She said that it's, quote, an urgent call for change. It serves as a serious wake-up call for the college. The board must be courageous in protecting the long-term interests of the institution and be prepared to serve as an arbitrator, unifier, or court of appeals, quoted President Chen Lao, boasted President Chen Lao. We couldn't agree more. Trustees, we call on you to be courageous and protect the long-term interests of this institution. It's time to stand up for PCC. Here's your serious wake-up call. It's time to remove Board President Sandra Chen Lao.
Classified. Thank you. Good evening. Classified Appreciation Week will be taking place the week of May 22nd, which will be next week. However, the PCC leadership team, comprising of managers and the president's executive team, We'll be kicking off Classified Appreciation Week with a rooftop party tomorrow afternoon. On behalf of the Classified Senate, I would like to thank in advance Dr. Indra Jonas, her executive team, the MA board, and managers for their genuine contributions, time, energy, and creativity toward making sure that classified employees are recognized and appreciated. I'm also pleased to announce that the Academic Senate will be joining in on the fun, as Lena had said earlier, and hosting a social gathering for classified on Tuesday, May 23rd. Additionally, Classified Professional Development Day will be taking place on Wednesday, May 24th, and programming will be focused on leadership, specifically leading from within. Last month, we had some college awards. I don't know how many of you were present, but I would like to congratulate Richard Caldwell out of Facilities as the RISSER Award recipient. And all of the nominees, as well as those who were nominated and awarded the Above and Beyond awards as well. Lastly, I'm pleased to announce that the Classified Senate has recently appointed a vice president, Mr. James Bull. Mr. Bull had to step away earlier from public comment during closed session, but will be forwarding a statement to the board. I hope that you all will please read it, acknowledge it as well. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Associate Student Emmanuel.
Good evening, everyone, Board of Trustees. I first want to thank all of the PCC community for all of the graduations and celebrations held for affinity groups within the last few weeks. I also want to thank all of the student volunteers and the Office of Student Life for making commencement a memorable experience, as well as the Office of the President, Superintendent. I hope that all participants truly enjoyed themselves as much as I did. And I want to, wish good luck to all the students continuing their education this summer and the upcoming fall. Please make sure to, and I'm trying to address now students in general, for them to please continue advocating for themselves and to benefit from all of the resources available at PCC. If for some strange reason, students need this support that isn't available, I ask that they please contact associated students and other support programs on campus to advocate on your behalf. Because chances are that if one student needs this aid, others might also need that same support. And as our roles in associate students at Pasadena City College are coming to an end, we've been stopping by our office space and clearing out our desks and organizing documents to leave for the new members for their reference. Associated students will be meeting this summer to prepare to participate in shared governance this upcoming academic year. They'll attend professional development workshops, I believe a retreat as well, and other community building events to improve their collaboration skills, and also, very important for them to understand the Pasadena Community College District's organizational chart so that they know who to go to in their efforts to represent students at large. I believe there will be some current board members from associate students also stopping by this summer to provide some guidance and just mentoring them with any questions that might come up during their trainings. And lastly, and on a very serious note, we've also been representing students to the best of our ability as they brought forward some concerns that should not be taken lightly. PCC students reached out anonymously as a John Doe and shared their experience related to sexual harassment allegations. They're fearful for their safety and an equitable learning environment. Unfortunately, this is, in fear of a PCC manager serving as a dean. And I ask that, please, Board of Trustees, look into this matter and come up with a solution. That should not be tolerated if these allegations are true, but obviously you all have counsel that can provide y'all how to navigate through this experience. We discussed this within our meetings as well. Our last meeting, that was a discussion that we had. I don't believe we'll have another special meeting to provide additional recommendations to the college and to the district at large. And that is it. Thank you all.
Trustee Osterling.
Thank you. One of the true rewards of being a community college trustee comes at this time of the year, graduation, and to see all of the good work that our faculty and administration and classified and management do, and to see the end result. And the end result is impressive. Before our graduation last Friday, we had a summa cum laude awards ceremony, and PCC has 100 summa cum laude graduates, meaning a grade point average of 4.0, and these folks, needless to say, are going on to great things, including one of our summa cum laude grads who was admitted to Stanford. So we're very proud of all of the summa cum laudes. And they also included our student trustee, Simone Chan, so congratulations to you. We'll get back to you later in just a second. I'll be honest with you, the big ceremony in Jackie Robinson Field, it was a perfect night. The weather was wonderful. A full moon rose up over the south bleachers as the graduation diplomas were being handed out. I get a little bored, and it's past my bedtime. But what I don't get bored at is the various breakout graduation ceremonies that PCC holds. I missed a bunch of them this year because I was out of town, but I hustled back and made it to the core graduation. And that's always inspiring to me to see the veterans, the core, and the other, and EOP and S graduations, to know what these students have been through, to hear their stories, and to see them succeed with a lot of help and assistance, again, from our dedicated faculty and employees. It's really inspiring to me. Also just attended the Retirees Scholarship Awards, and that's equally inspiring. All of their awards recipients had a 5-year gap in their educational journey before they re-engaged with PCC. And I particularly appreciate the retirees recognizing that that type of a student is quite often in need of scholarship assistance. Also at the graduation, our featured speaker, and it was a very inspiring speech, is a graduate of our core program. I can't tell you how inspired I was what that young man went through in his early life and how he turned himself around, and PCC and the core program deserve tremendous credit for that. And now I'm going to finish with student trustee Simone Chan and AS President Emmanuel, both of whom thank you for your service. On top of doing very well academically, you volunteer your time to help the college, also do work on the side. And in the case of Emmanuel, he also was our prior student trustee, and in addition to that, served simultaneously until we could fill that position. We are crossing our fingers for both of you so that we can uncross them when you both become USC Trojans. That concludes my remarks.
Trustee Martin.
No report.
Trustee Gibson.
Yeah, I was also pleasantly astounded with all the graduations, ceremonies, celebrations, scholarships, awards. I'll just list the ones I attended. Honor Scholarship ceremony, language, ESL, and linguistics scholarship celebration, Black grad and transfer celebration, API DA celebration, undocumented graduation, lavender graduation, Latinx graduation, summa cum laude event, adult high school diploma graduation, Family Resource Center graduation, CORE, it's a great event, and of course, the full commencement celebration that was amazing. I really want to commend the administration and staff and faculty and students who pulled all these things together. I want to give a special mention to the PCC Foundation that organized so many scholarships for so many students this year. So they deserve recognition for that. I have the honor to announce that I've been elected by my fellow county trustees to be a director of the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association. So it'll be great to share best practices and lessons learned with all the colleges and K through 12 in the Los Angeles County. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Trustee Silver.
As a parent of a fairly recent college grad, I was so wistful at the many mini graduations that I attended. Each graduation for a group of students was loving, joyous, safe, welcoming, and what I wouldn't have given for my son to have had an experience like that, which we make for our PCC students. So kudos. I think Dr. Androgenis had a lot to do with, if they already existed, with amplifying them and increasing the number, and may we continue that, because that is the right thing to do.
They pretty much all existed, and it's just been great to watch them grow over the last 4.5 years.
Okay.
It's been awesome.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, they
I
existed.
also like very much the saying that you are now a Lancer for life. We want to fold these students into our community for years and years to come, and I hope that that phrase is repeated everywhere we go, that you are a Lancer for life. That's all.
Trustee Kwon.
Thank you. I think one of the most gratifying aspects of doing this job is when you go to commencement and you go to all the individual graduations that I accompany Dr. Gibson with, is you see the students and you see their lives and you get a chance to meet them. And in my board service, I've had the wonderful opportunity of getting to meet Trustee Simon Chan and Manuel Gomez. And I see their dreams, I listen to them, I see their future. When I went to the individual graduations and I had a chance to talk to the students, I asked them, what are you doing? What would you like to do in the future? And they share it with me. And that reminds me always as to why I do this job. And I continue to stay committed to make every decision and to do my public service, knowing that I get to partake in somebody's future.
Thank you. Trustee Wine.
Thank you. Well, I want to first start by recognizing and saying Happy Asian Pacific American Heritage Month to our community here in the San Gabriel Valley. This month, I always take some time to obviously reflect on our shared histories and the communities that make up this incredible fabric that is the San Gabriel Valley. And I think especially here at Pasadena City College, where we see that resilience and strength of our students, no matter their background. But, especially a few weeks ago when I was at a PETA grad and honored to actually speak a little bit at PETA grad, I know I kind of dug into the other trustees a little bit while we were at a PETA grad. But
Called us old.
I didn't say old. I just said that I'm
Yes.
proud to be closer in age to our student body. But I think that's so important, and I really wanted to uplift what I said there too about reminding our students to, as they enter this next phase of their journey, to continue to take up space for themselves and to share their stories, because their stories are so important. And so I think, and I saw that throughout the various graduation celebrations over the last few weeks. I think there are days where I think we were running from one to another, but I think it was so great to be able to join all of them, from the VRC grad, which was incredible, Undocu grad, Latinx grad, Black grad, the core celebration, Lavender grad, international students, and of course the honor celebration. I mean, across all of these, and of course at actual commencement, I felt inspired every single moment and every single time, sitting next to students, talking to students, laughing with the students about what comes next. It was just an incredibly fulfilling moment, and also exciting, really exciting to see what our students are doing right now, not just in the future, what they're doing right now. And so, I think I really also wanted to uplift again, and I know folks have already said it, our trustee Simone Chan and our president and former trustee Emmanuel Gomez for their leadership and their guidance over the last year. Every time I've called asking their opinion or thoughts, not only do they pick up, but they always give it to me straight every single time. And I really appreciate that. I think both of you have exemplified leadership that I am modeling myself after. Your ability to connect with your peers, other leaders, community members, your ability to demonstrate empathy and sympathy at every turn and every moment, and kind of reflecting the communities that you so proudly are from, has been an incredibly empowering vision just for myself to follow. So I wanted to thank you both so deeply for your service. I'm deeply, deeply, deeply sad that I won't be sitting next to Trustee Chan in future board meetings, and I won't be able to look Manuel across the room during future board meetings. But I know that associate students and this position of student trustee has been left in a even stronger place than the strong foundations it had already been on. And I'll just conclude by wanting to congratulate our next student trustee, Avery Bradley, who had the pleasure of meeting briefly at the an ASPCC celebration where VP Jones was recognized as being a great collaborator to students. I wanted to congratulate her, and it was really fabulous being able to meet her, and I know that she will do an incredible job as a student trustee advocating for students as well. So thank you both.
Thank you. I certainly want to echo the sentiment that my colleagues have shared about you, Simone, and also you, Emmanuel. When people tell us that the future is now, I see the both of you as future leaders and as leaders already. And your continuing commitment to students and to your communities offer a real inspiration to those of us who are serving on this dais with you. And I can't wait to hear what you have in store for your future, whether you go to USC or UCLA or Emmanuel. I know you want to be a Trojan, just beware. There are us that are Bruins on this dais. But I congratulate both of you on this next chapter of your journey. Congratulations. And it has been a real honor and privilege to participate in PCC commencement. It always reminds me of the work that we are here to do and the excellence that we aspire to be. When I look out in commencement and see the hundreds of graduates sitting in front of us and their families and friends cheering them on, I think about their journey in getting here to PCC and in leaving PCC, the sacrifices that they've made and their families and friends have made to ensure that there is access to affordable and excellent education. And even though we are facing challenges here, I would like for us to think about how we can work together as collaborators and serve our students and serve the students who need us the most. When we look at the graduation rates of community colleges that are 25% or less for transfers to UCs and CSUs, those are our students. And we are here to serve, to be public servants. And I am committed, along with my colleagues here as a board, to continue the dialogue, to continue working together to ensure that PCC deserves nothing but excellence, because our students deserve nothing but excellence from us. Thank you.
Trustee Chan.
Just a quick.
Trustee Chan.
So first off, congratulations to all the graduates and my best wishes to all the students. As my term as student trustee comes to a close, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude for the incredible opportunity to serve and represent the students. It has been a year filled with growth, learning, and experience. As we look ahead, I want to remind our focus here at PCC and reemphasize the importance of staying committed to our students. It is essential to remember that our work here is never complete. The task of prioritizing students and serving our best interests requires ongoing dedication and unity among the board and the college. Students' dream, aspirations, and well-being must remain at the forefront of every decision, despite the changes that took place or will take place. Thank you again for the trust and support extended to me during my term. It has been an honor serving you. I will be back soon, guys. Don't miss. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposed future board business meeting dates?
Well, Trustee Chen, I believe that we will be scheduling a special meeting, right, on May 26th.
Yes. We're going to finalize that.
Okay.
And then propose future agenda items.
Yeah, I have I want to talk about a student success subcommittee, and I'll take it to a subcommittee to continue the conversation.
Right. And now, any other? Go ahead. Any other?
Hi. I'm not sure how to go about getting this item on the agenda, because I asked last month that we have a discussion about why Trustee Kwong was speaking with the law firm regarding our PCC Foundation. And that issue was not on the agenda in open meeting. It was not on the agenda in closed meeting. And it is something I really want to speak about. I'm also curious as to why Trustee Kwong was speaking to the law firm, since it was very clear in our discussion in September that you were the only one to speak with the law firm. And now we have another. Yeah.
Trustee Stover, I believe the attorneys have sent us all an email and letting us know that if you have specific questions, you are free to ask the attorneys directly.
We are a board of 7 people. Each of us is 1/7 of a body. So we need to collectively hear and discuss this important issue. Can this be placed on the agenda for next month?
This is a attorney-client privilege
That is not true. Okay. So privilege is a concept that exists under law. Privilege is a concept that exists only between a lawyer and that lawyer's client, which we all 7 are, and protects only communications made by the lawyer to the client or the client to the lawyer during or in contemplation of litigation, arbitration, or another dispute resolution proceeding. So are you indicating that this conversation contemplates litigation?
Trustee Silver, I'm not going to address that in a public session right now. You have been advised by the attorney that if there are specific questions regarding the items, that you are to direct those questions to our attorney.
That
to-
is my specific question. I direct it to the board as a whole, to be discussed with the board as a whole. It is not privileged information.
There's going to be a disagreement on this, Trustee Silver, and I am going to, again, ask you to respectfully address your question to our board counsel. With that, I would like to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.